Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Hold on. Ah! Hello, 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 everybody. Hello, hello. What is up, everyone? Can I just say, nothing else changed with OBS. It was just the way that the audio mixer is set up, and it is, every time I look up at OBS, I feel like I'm looking at some completely different program. It was throwing my ass off. I'll be your queen, honey, love. Listen, here's my hot take. This song is actually really good, and everyone's just a hater. Honey, because you'll never cross me. Oh, gods, again, I really should have said. God is dead. Obedient and sweet. Beautiful to beat. How dare I? Hey, listen. It's a good song. Honey Be Lovely. I forget what the actual, like, song name is not even close. People like to act like it's the worst song from Arcadian. Not even close. Not even close. I think, you know what, I know what, at least for me, what it was when I was a little disenchanted. It was because I was running the fight. So I heard it 10 million times. But ever since I stopped doing that fight, I'm like, yeah, let's go. Also, to be completely honest, the beat of the song is really good for the fight itself. It's like a little bouncy back and forth. And that's basically how you have to move, and I fucking love it, man. I don't really get the whole fixating on an idol thing, but it's not a bad... Oh, the character? Idol's like a whole other thing. I'm not really thinking about Honeybee as the idol. I mean, that's a... I don't know enough about idol culture to speak on that shit. But, just the song I think is good. Ah, my controller! Controller just tried to jump ship. Oh, it is. It absolutely is a, like, worship me. But it's also kind of a don't piss me off kind of a thing. But I just think it's a bop. I know nothing about idol culture. Except that, your favorite is called your bias, which we learned very recently. Okay. Definitely a bouncy song, not really something I would listen to regularly. I mean, if I'm being, like, super honest, most of the Arcadia music I wouldn't listen to outside of if I'm specifically listening to, like, a playlist of all of the Arcadian songs. The only thing that I would listen to outside of it is, like, Everything Burns. Otherwise, for the rest of it, like, I'm really only gonna listen to it if I'm listening to, like, a whole playlist. Okay. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. I'm gonna do something incredibly cruel. To pause it right on the lift. Hi Hikari, how are you? Also hi Zingdu. Immediately went into conversation, didn't even say hi. Hi buddy, how are you? Hello Hikari, I hope you were doing well today, hun. I hope you were feeling good. Hold on, I have Yurei's coat opinions for you. Okay, you're anxious. Why are you anxious today, babe? Pardon me. Also, in case it's not obvious. We're doing the patch content that leads us to beat up Ramu. Those need sleeves. Get me some. What's wrong with my? They got sleeves. It's got sleeves. What do you mean it needs sleeves? I've got sleeves. Sleeves. So today is my friend. Well, that's a name. Michaela. Been invited. I haven't socialized since November. Babe, you get out there. You look hot as shit. And you go, you socialize. Oh, bowling is fun. Bowling's fun because it's a nice amount of socializing and also not having to look people in the face while you try shit on. While you bowl. You've never bowled before. Okay, well, I mean, obviously that's gotta be fixed. Oh, those actually do look quite nice. Yeah, those look pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. Well, then you absolutely have to go because everybody has to go bowl. Not even like, have you done? This sounds so stupid. Have you done Wii bowling? I love some good Wii bowling. Oh man. I think you're gonna have fun. Hello, Zingdu. The only time I've been to a bowling alley was for my goddaughter's birthday, and it was set up for kids. Ah, understood. If you've got them, I would love to get the sleeves. I just need to... see about if I have any more. I'm out of... I need to go get more marble dye. Hi. Hi all. Froggy. Yep, Froggy time. Thank you, Zingy. Okay. Need to go get marble green dye. Up, 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 up. Okay. Problem. I think. There's likely gonna be pictures taken and I look dead, so my brain is like, I put on makeup and find decent clothes and now I'm overthinking it. gonna be a lot of people. I'd go further and link viewers lookalikes that I think die better than the original. Okay. We'll come back here in a sec. Also, I think Listen, babe, if you want to send pictures of your outfits real quick, like, I am happy to look over them. If you want, like, a second opinion. Damn, Mark. Whatever will help you feel confident and better while you go out and do this. Just pretend to be really into bowling Hikari. So much so that it distracts from everything. That's horrible. Don't listen to him. Like 3 chess pieces that look like that but die slightly differently. I only remember 2. I don't have a full-length mirror, but I can play things out and show them that way. Yes. Go for it. Okay, how... Ooh, that's kind of nice. I mean, the difference is the one that we currently have. Yeah, hun, if you want to do that, I am happy to look at them. Absolutely happy to do it. Yeah, I like that. That looks nice. It gets different. It has a nice, and the bra changes colors. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, I definitely liked how it died. That's not what it was. What was what? Very Squish, hi! Welcome in! I hope you are having a... What is today? Wednesday. I hope you're having a good Wednesday. Oh my goodness. I would say, does that feel like too much green? But we have an entire other glam that we wear a lot that is just all green. I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Yeah, I'm doing swell. Welcome in. Welcome in. You love... Love it. Thank you so much. I just had a moment. Sorry for like the weird pause there for a moment. I didn't realize that my stream preview on Twitch had been paused. So it still showed starting soon. And I was like, oh no. Can I even see my game? And then oh man, brain, please. I noticed after completely fixating on this particular glam model. No, I mean, I like it. I like it. I think both coats definitely have like their own panache. I like the decor on the middle bit. I feel like looks really nice because like this is nice for like a simpler look. And then I like the like almost bleached in decor, like, because that's not like a normal coloring. Like this is somebody took like bleach to this fabric and put in those tracings, and I love that. That looks really cool. I've done the same before, yeah. Also, thank you, Perry, so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, maybe we'll get that. Also, Hikari, what is the cool thing that you learned last night that totally won't be something that makes me sit here for a minute and question everything? There's 3 different pirate festivals that happen out here a year. One of them has an actual pirate ship and they fire the cannons. That sounds wildly unsafe, but go off, Queen. If we can find the funny. Ooh. Nice. Just love cannons. A time shot, yeah. Build a crew, take them with me to this festival. Absolutely, and you should. Encourage the people to go to the pirate festivities. It's of the utmost importance. It happens in August. Very nice. My brain is already lacking all forms of function. Hold on. Now this all gonna be. You said the one that you sent me was striking. Other one was scouting. Ah, Griffins. Okay. What do you mean? This one just dies the same way, but it has the blue. I kind of like the bleached look better. The leather color. The aiming top is very different. Aiming one is a griffin. I think. Go. Yeah, shut up. Go for grabbing this. Go. Up. Kirimu. Kirimu. Oh my gosh, Kirimu. Fucking read that like a Lalafell name. Just clicked in my brain that you were asking about what I learned, and I was going to question things. I did ask what you learned. Do I do that often? Yeah. Often enough. I don't know if I like this one as much. Listen, trust. Final Fantasy 14 will probably have an absurd amount of die channels in the near future. And we'll all actually be almost irritated. I'm going to say something that's controversial opinion. I don't like when things just have an insane amount of die channels. I find it incredibly overwhelming. And like I'm being set up to make things look bad. Like, that's one of those things, like, I love Infinity, Nikki. I really do. And I love how much freedom you have to, like, change, where the fuck? Over here. To change, like, the colors and the dyes and all that jazz. In the same breath, though, it is... It's very overwhelming for me, because there'll be some outfit pieces that have, like, no less than 20 dye slots, and I'm like, I really just don't even know what to do here. Scale changes not look good in the preview. They do, but it's a currency that you can get in-game without spending real-world money. The only time it gets expensive, I totally just started this without even thinking. I'm so sorry, hold on. Let me finish this thought. But it is a currency you can get in-game. The only time people, I think, genuinely use real-world money on it is if they are trying to unlock, literally die for every piece imaginable. I literally take it as as I go. And I'm like, oh, I want to dye something. Okay, let me get the dye for it. But it's not like you absolutely don't have to, and frankly shouldn't, spend real world money to buy the dyes in that game. Because basically what it is they have like a color palette, and you're spending like an in-game currency to buy that palette. And there's different like rankings for like 5-star, 4-star, and 3-star outfit pieces. But you only have to buy the dye once per piece. So if you have like 4 different variations of one piece from getting like the ranked up versions, you don't have to rebuy it for those. It's not a good system, but it's the system they came up with, and it has really not made me at least have to spend real world money. So while I don't like it, I don't actively have a grievance with it. I think if people are spending their real world money on it, they really need to reconsider their relationship with the game. Because not only that, but they also give you, like, a lot of opportunities to earn it in-game as well without having to spend real-world money. So it's, like, it's kind of silly to spend real-world money on the dyes. But yeah, some of the pieces will have, like, 15 plus dye slots, and I'm just like, no, this is too much. It's too much. Also, hi, kitty. That's good. Oh, yeah, that's right. The last thing we heard was that the entire Isle of Val is just fucking gone. Hi, Rengeki. How are you? Hold on. Let me... I'm trying to read English. Sorry. I'm going on a trip this weekend. It's a bachelorette trip for my best friend. She's getting married in June. And we're trying to plan carpool, which is really rough because we're all in different parts of the state that we live in, and we can only have a maximum of 4 cars at the cabin that we're going to. So we're like, okay, who's going in what vehicle? How are we going to organize this? Gotcha. Thank you so much. I am very happy for her. She is... Who's hiding in the trunk, basically. It's because what is it? There's like... I think there's like 8 of us. Maybe 9. It's really funny. My friends are they are such chill people. We are not big drinkers. We're not big partiers. The idea of going to like... what's a typical like bachelorette trip, like Cancun. Like if we went to Cancun, we would not be like going to the clubs and shit. We would be like chilling at the pool. We'd be doing like girls' night type shit. Like we'd be like really chill. We're not big partiers. So this bachelorette trip is gonna be great because we're going to a cabin, and then we're gonna go to Dollywood. Which, despite going to the area where Dollywood is at for so much of my life, I have never been to Dollywood. So, this will be fun. The only one I went to was a dual bachelorette. One where we went to the beach. That's nice. Never quite understood the whole big party mentality. Sounds exhausting. Yeah. I don't know. It's to each their own and the way that they like see fun. But like I have a lot of friends who, you know, they grew up in families that were very Protestant, like Southern Protestant, or they grew up knowing that they had many family members who were like alcoholics and addicts and things like that. So they are very conscious and very aware, and they don't really like to do like, now we do drink, but we do not, like, our entire life is not drinking. We just have a drink at the function. Which it's a very different mentality. I feel like this might be a hot take. I feel like it's not, but maybe it is. I feel like we as a society, at least here in America, from, you know, obviously the things that I have witnessed, I feel like we have lost the ability to socialize casually. Like, not every time you see your friends has to be some big affair. Or, like, has to be some crazy event or party. Like, it's total, like, and I mean this for young people. Obviously, as you get older, there are just certain things that, like, physically your body's just not gonna do anymore. But, it is... Fucking Minfilia out here telling the refugees to fuck off. My son! Hold on, I'll finish my thought in a minute. Someone said coat looks bad. Wow. Man, a protest that was meant to be peaceful being instigated by a secret third party, not so secret, not so third party, in order to give a different counter force an excuse to brutalize and perhaps even kill the protesting opposition. Nothing like that would ever happen in real life, right, guys? Nothing like that would ever happen. Why would anyone do that? That could never happen. Sounds very unlikely and super specific and not applicable to the real world ever and at all. But yeah, what I was saying earlier, is I feel like younger people have, hi alt, I feel like younger people have lost, Enzing dude. Have a friend request. Where am I going? Hold on. I feel like they've lost the ability to have casual interactions. Because not every outing with your friends has to be something crazy. And you know what? You know what I think it is that kind of like keeps me is when you grow up in a smaller area. Now, I didn't grow up in the boondocks here, all right? I grew up in a decently sized town, like basically city type population. Like it's not it's not like anything crazy, but it's certainly not small. But it got boring. You know, you couldn't necessarily, like, there wasn't like tons and tons and tons of things to do. But we made it work, and we made it work in a way where we were safe with every encounter that we had. We didn't need to do drugs. We didn't need to do, like, drinking or doing things that were unsafe just to have a good time and enjoy spending time with our friends. Like, that's one thing I've noticed people just have a rough time with, or it was seen as being weird. Like, if you were like the people who weren't doing bad shit, somehow you're the weird one. That's one of those things I've never understood. I'm like, how is not doing drugs when I'm like a young person a bad thing or the weird thing to do? It's like, I think y'all need to check yourselves.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration.
Holy shit.
As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy?
Yeah, I'd agree with
What
that, Kitty.
place is there
I would
for
agree
those
with
who
that.
fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity?
It's just a little Sam
Plainly,
Regal.
There is
Ooh,
none.
ma'am, your
They have
titties.
no wealth, no power, and no worth.
They're holding on.
To the Ul'dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet, none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight.
I could never relate to living
This
in a
has
place
prompted
with a
more and
refugee
more
problem.
Uldans to question their obligation
Or
to
an
aid
immigrant
these
problem.
worthless wanderers.
problem being used very
While
loosely
more
because
and
it's
more
not the
refugees
people
have
who are
come
the
to
problem.
resent their treatment at the hands of the
Um,
sneering citizenry.
Somebody once told me
The manner of Lord
doing drugs
Logorito's
would make him
refusal
a
to grant
better
the Dolmens
father than I
asylum
could
spoke
ever
a
be
disdain
because
for
it would
all
allow him to
refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest.
I gotta stop the fucking scene
Nor
for
is
a
it any
second.
surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence.
Alfie, shut up for a second. Sam, shut up. My mother did not need to... My mother grew up in Nashville and Atlanta, so 2 major cities. My mother did not need to be robbed, assaulted, or anything in the streets in order to impart street smarts on me as I was growing up and spending more time in the bigger city. People do not have to take part in bad things to impart street smarts. That motherfucker is an idiot. My kindest words. My kindest words. That guy is an idiot. Honestly, people just don't want to treat people as if they aren't 21 plus for whatever reason. You don't get a person's right. Well, what not to do? Yeah, well, I guess. I'm doing heroin. Oh my gosh. That's not even like a small one. That's a big one. That's a big one. Oh my gosh.
That the immortal flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grant companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
Alfie, I think the situation's already deteriorated beyond mending. Gosh, don't need earring. We have the earring of all time. Ah. Street sports is actually sports. Just, you're basically forever jumpy and overturned on caution. Well, I think that there is a difference between inducing paranoia. Excuse me, I'm getting really warm. I'm gonna take off my sweatshirt real quick. I think there's a difference between, like, inducing paranoia in someone in having street smarts, because you absolutely should be aware of your surroundings, especially if you are going to be in a place that you are not familiar with. It is a better call to have the ability to watch your surroundings than it is to just go about it, whatever, things will happen. I have told my friends this time and time again, because a lot of my friends, they grew up with families that grew up in small towns. They were not taught a lot of street smarts and, like, how to actively be aware of their surroundings and things like that. Even some of, like, my girlfriends, and I'm just like, that's crazy, that's wild. And I've told them time and time again, you shouldn't do these things. They do not listen to me, and then something bad happens. Like, one time, my friend, I had told her time and time again, you really can't leave anything out in open view. Yeah, I know. I keep seeing her out the corner of my eye. It's like, you can't leave things visible in your car if you are going to be leaving your car in a public parking lot for a while. I've told her that several times. What does she do? She left her car in the IKEA parking lot for like 6 hours. She left an empty backpack in the back seat. Very visible. And she came back to her car and the back window had been smashed in, and the backpack had been thrown back into the back seat once they realized there was nothing in it. It was... Street smarts are important, but I think a lot of times they're not what people think that they normally are. It's not about inducing paranoia, it's just about being aware. Guys, I think there's a Viera stalking me. Yeah, it's just little things like that. And like, this same friend, God love her. This is my best friend, by the way, and I love her deeply. She used to, when we were still in, when we were still at university, she would work really, really late into the evening. And... albeit, we lived in a really small town at the time, but it's a small town whose population was mostly college kids. And so Lord only knows what'll go on with them. So she would constantly be coming home like really, really late after dark. And I was like, you have got to... you have got to be safer about this. You can't just, like, if you're gonna stay later, you need to let me, or you need to let her, at the time, boyfriend, now fiance, know that you are there by yourself. Like, you can't just be there and not tell anyone, especially when you're not coming back until, like, 9-10 p.m. Like, babe, come on. It was just like... I don't know. I didn't realize that people did not get taught street smarts the way that I was taught street smarts until I was much older. And I realized, like, oh, damn. People really do be ripe for the picking. Actually, hilariously... I think most people who have, you know, half decent parents are told this when they're little. But, like, you know, when you are finally old enough and you get left home alone, what is one of the first things your parents tell you? Lock the door, don't open it for anybody, right? Because it's like anybody who matters is going to be able to get into the house anyways, right? And I remember this because we were in, like, late elementary school. And I was staying at a friend's house. It was during the summer. We were sitting on the couch. We were eating some snacks. We were doing our summer work. Because we went to private school. So we had summer work that we did. Our, like, summer reading and all that jazz. And... I remember parents told us, hey, if somebody comes and rings the doorbell today, don't worry about it. It's just this, like, food, like this, like these ingredients that we're having delivered. Her family's, like, really big. They cook a lot all the time. They were like, hey, don't worry. This is just these ingredients being dropped off by these people. They don't need a signature or anything, so it should be fine. Just ignore it. The time comes. The time comes. That doorbell rings, and when I tell you that this motherfucker, she gets off the couch, runs over, and just opens the door. And I'm just on the other side, just like, I'm like on the other side of the space. Because from where their living room is, you can see straight to the front door. It's like 2 combined rooms. And I'm just looking at her and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, mentally, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? And I remember I got up to go chase after her because I was like, well, if somebody tries to break in here, at least I can, like, push the door closed or something. But it was genuinely, like, sitting there and just being like, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die because this child just opened the door for no reason. We were literally told not to do it, and she did it anyways. We're gonna die. This is the end. Goodbye. Common sense got so common people forgot. Yeah. I've never been told to avoid putting potential valuables in plain sight in my car. There's definitely signs in several parking lots that say so. Oh, well, yeah, that's because people are dumb. And they realized, hey, when you see those signs in parking lots, those signs were not there originally. They were eventually put up because enough cars kept getting broken into that they realized people need to be told this. That's the sad part. Those signs are there because people did not have common knowledge and just got robbed. Yeah, if I was ever home alone, I would be told to check the peephole first. I don't think I've ever lived in a house where the peephole was not, like, half covered in paint and blurry as hell to where it was basically unusable. So I just got really good at, like, Spider-Manning my way to a window to, like, check and see who's there. I'm really good at moving quietly throughout the house. Dissect that for what you will. Definitely something added to cover the city's butts. Yeah, because too many people were stupid. And the city's like, look, guys, we don't want to be a liability. Whatever, a neighbor. Otherwise, I would not even let myself be seen in the window. Yeah. Really the reason behind just about every rule regulation. Yeah. It's literally just to cover their butts. And every OSHA rule, yeah. Hi, buddy. You good? Okay, let me just... There. Calm thyself. Also, in case you're wondering, I'm not ignoring the story to yap my voice. I can't read. I just really can't. I've done Gloam. I've just done so much reading the past couple of streams, and I just let me just yap. Let me just yap a little. Just a little bit. Not a lot. Just a little. Which I'm sure, honestly, hell, you can probably even hear it in my voice sometimes. My throat is just so trash. There he is. I think the example I've seen thrown around is waitresses are not allowed to sample the drinks before serving. That's f***ing crazy. That would even need to be said. Yeah. I didn't get to finish my combo. Yay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why didn't you die? I'll fuck you up, old man. I mean, you're not old, you're just protagonist haired. Oh, there he goes. I did beat them like it was nothing. To get double big slash. Nar. Nar. I did beat them like it was nothing, and bitch, I'd do it again. Also, in case you're wondering, I did turn off the mount music because I couldn't handle some of it anymore. I did find your brethren. The level 100 samurai. Sorry, none of that was incomprehensible. It was comprehensible. I greatly appreciate the level 100 Dawn Trail Samurai Big Slash. I also appreciate that slot. Do 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 do. I was supposed to do the bathroom today. I was supposed to paint, change the vent covers, do all that jazz. And you wanna know what happened instead? The walls never got sanded down, so I couldn't do fucking anything. Ain't that just swell? So good they updated it like a few months in to give a second slash unique animation. Yeah. Da, 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 da. Have I seen your parents? No, little girl, I have not seen your folks. I told you to stay here with the others. They'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with the man from Uda. Oh. I mean, little girl, if we want to get really definitive on the definition of soon, that doesn't necessarily mean, like, it's only been a couple days. Technically. You'd give it like a week. You think that's him? Alright, cool. I'm gonna go beat the shit out of him. Just stab my, yeah, with my convenient katana. There's something about Nasha's face that I simply love. I could not explain to you what it is. But there's something in her neutral expression that is so nonchalant and yet craves such a violence. she do got the chubby cheeks face. Hello, sir. I'm here to run you through. Because you're doing sketchy things. That's preposterous, is it? I don't listen to lies from the merchant class. Actually, I'm the Warrior of Light. I have the right to detain you because I fucking said so. Now vertical cleave time, yep. No one's here to save you, ho. It's just me. That. I appreciate that they do not immediately suspect me, but it also makes sense because my ass is not carrying a fucking bow and quiver, and I was standing way too close for him to have gotten in that deep. Good lord. Those were recent riots. I'm happy I was murdered. Done regret. In any case, it is obvious you are not whom we seek and may carry on with their investigation, Scion. Yeah, for multiple reasons. Number one, I'm not exactly known to just kill my targets. Secondly, I have no bow and arrows on me. Thirdly, I was standing that thing went right through him. I am standing way too close to have the power to push that thing through the entirety of his chest. I mean, that shit went through his fucking clavicle. Not a move I could have pulled off. Excited for Hatching Tide? I mean, I always think Hatching Tide is fun. The rewards are silly this year, but it's fine. I think it's fun. I have seen that everybody's a little bitch, though. We've had, like, multiple really good rewarded holidays in a row. And I've seen people bitching that it's just eyewear. And I'm like, man. Like, oh, it's just really ugly eyewear. I'm like, damn, y'all really don't know how to just have fun. Little whimsy. I think an arrow could probably be used in close quarters. Some aiming, but yeah, not... Yeah, no. See, that's the thing. Is I could definitely use it in close quarters, but not to that degree. That's the... If it was, like, just through, like, the front of him, that'd be one thing. But that thing went clear through him. There's no pulling that shit off. Yes, there are, in fact, people who are wasting moments of their limited existence on being mad about silly egg event rewards. Which is so insane to me. But yes, I love Hatching Tide, and they've been doing so good with the updates to the holiday events recently that I mean, why wouldn't I be excited? I mean, I'm sure it's less about getting the eyewear. I'm sure it's a fucking reward for the quest. Or at least one of them will be. Like, I don't know. This is why, like, it's just entered into such a difficult period to have any kind of, like, meaningful conversations about, not even just 14, but really about any game. Because outside of things that are, like, actively egregious or, like, insulting, it is truly just the, like, everybody... It's about, like, everybody has to be pleased. If they're not, the game is trash. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. No nuance to literally any conversation ever. Everything has to be, like, black and white. And especially just recently in 14, it's just become such a headache. I just don't even want to, like, I would love to talk more about this game in general. And I just feel like I can't because it is so inflated with the but I'm correct, you're wrong, eat shit and die type stuff that I'm like, okay, I don't care anymore.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room.
Yes, sir.
The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence.
I've never understood this. Why are you protesting the Sultanate when it's the monetarist in the Syndicate who are the problem? Like, explain that one to me.
Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters.
Jesus.
It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
My God, I'm so surprised.
Teleji Adeleji. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight.
I'm not gonna. Alphino's
like
a little slap on the table there startled me.
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield. The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats, That much is common knowledge.
Bahamut.
What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagon ruin.
Why don't we just kill these fucking people?
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
Oh my god, that sounds like every American politician. Floppy, welcome
He
in.
walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Let's kill these people. Death to
Forgive
the
me, but
monetarist.
what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
Begging your fucking pardon.
An Alagon monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Alagon inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus
Ew, is
chose
that
to
a-
bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats.
Dead bug on my carpet.
Given the ends he
Ew,
went
ew.
to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
He's from Monster Wilds.
When
He
first
is.
I bore witness to the power of
Omega
the Ultima
from
weapon,
Monster Hunter
I
Wilds?
doubted the evidence of my senses.
That's crazy.
And now
What a
you tell me
cameo.
there is another such weapon, one which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut.
Aye. We were skeptical
Fuck, we gotta do
ourselves.
binding coils, guys.
Truth be
Shit.
told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged.
Rising Dew.
However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
Yearns.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
You appreciate, well, Rena, I appreciate you, damn it. Yes. Yes, Rengeki. Ul'dah is better than Limsa. Yeah. And it probably is, yeah. Listen, all I gotta say is this. When you know how, like, when people talk about, like, the starting cities, and they talk about, like, all the things that are wrong with all of them, and everybody likes to be like, oh, well, Gridani is the worst. They're, like, openly racist. And I'm like, maybe. But at least they're not, oh, hello. Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, everybody! Hi! Hi, I was... Welcome in. AUV raid! Yay! Azura AUV, thank you so much for the raid, guys! I hope you're all having a wonderful Wednesday. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you all had a fantastic stream. Please let me know what you were streaming, but also, please take care of yourself after stream. Get yourself something to eat, something to drink if need be. Chill out if you would like some background noise. Otherwise, thank you so much for the raid. And I hope that you have... You're chain 14 Savage, the current tier. There's a topic for any moment, but not now. Yeah, not the conversation you want to come into on a raid. Oh, you're doing a summoner. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, my bones. Hold on. Stretch my shoulders. Okay. Nice. Which, what fight were you doing? FF14 lore is complicated. Listen, it's complicated, but I feel like there's a lot more humans, or not humans, but like rights violations happening in Ul'dah and in Limsa than there are in Gridania. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. I might be wrong, but at least Gridania looks pretty. M10 reprog, I feel that so hard. I still have not cleared M10. I need to... Once my schedule lightens a bit, I'm definitely going back in. I've already kind of like talked about it with some folks. Because I'm just... I refuse to let the world keep me from getting my freaking clears, man. We just really like the Gridanian Grand Prix, we swear. I only have 3 encyclopedias here. Yeah, it's crazy. What's crazier is that those 3 encyclopedias don't even have all of the lore in them. Like, constantly being expanded upon. Like, there are still places that we know about in-game that we have never heard anything about. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid, Azura. You take care of yourself, and I will take care of everybody here. We're currently in 2.3, so we're in like the halfway point of post A Realm Reborn. Soon. Heaven's Ward soon, TM. Oh yeah, I forgot about this little girl. Yeah, we haven't even touched on Tyrol or... what was I saying the other day? I saw a thing where somebody was talking about, like, why they were so upset with Blue Mage not getting an update. And they were talking about, like, I don't understand why I wouldn't get an update in Dawn Trail when it's, like, that's, like, the continent that it came from. And I was like, isn't Blue Mage from Marasidia? Like, maybe I'm wrong, but I was like, isn't Blue Mage specifically from Marasidia? We have not seen a single... What? Fucking since when? Literally since when? There has not been an ounce of anything Blue Mage related in Tyrol. Literally at all. Listen, I've done as many Blue Mage quests as the game will allow me without beating that one level. I think it's like the final level of, the Masked Carnival, which I tried to beat like 4 separate times and couldn't do it. So I was like, fuck it. I don't want to do this right now. And then I just haven't gone back to it. Do your fishing what you mecky? No. I'm really tired of Dawn Trail where they mentioned Blue Mages. What is the... Okay, then what is the point of having the Blue Mage questline mostly revolve around folks from Marasidia? What? What do you mean? That's bro's like whole thing is he's like helping a group of people. And am I What's the effect? Am I Mandeling myself? I fucking remember them talking about Marasidia specifically in the Blue Mage quest. I swear to God. I swear. I promise. I promise I'm not crazy. Am I getting the mod spawn? Ooh, rabbit. Oh, I'm getting the hyper-realistic rabbit. The mod-sponsored bunny. That AV said that she would... That AV... You know what? We don't have to repeat what AV said about this minion. Was not the most cash money thing she could have... I will not forget that. That will still be... Yeah, AV said that this rabbit was hot. And I remember looking into the camera like I was on The Office. With a, what the fuck are you saying? I promise you. I promise you. I remember them talking about Marasidia in the Blue Mage quest. I'm not crazy. Shut the fuck. Let me. Hold on. Let me. I'm Googling. Don't call me sweetheart. I'll kill you. In the South, that's a threat. I feel like I'm being gaslit. Not by y'all. Oh my god. Are we gonna have to do the Blue Mage quest? So that I can fucking remember this shit. I can check as Nasha. We actually do have Nasha. Gee, I don't even know my own. We have a Blue Mage quest. We might have unlocked Blue Mage and then I just... Do I have... Hold on. We do have Blue Mage. But I think I'm still level 1, so... All I can do is throw water can. Ah! It just got you for saying boned. What the fuck? Yeah. Guys, this is really what we come to Mare's stream for, is to watch her disintegrate on camera, well, not on camera, but on audio recorded record into madness until there is nothing left. I'm up to go. Haven't heard shit about Maricidia. Okay, well, I haven't heard shit about you. Fucking rude. I promise I'm not crazy. I promise. I'm a lot of things, but I'm not crazy. At least not like that. Water cannon. Water cannon. I'm not crazy. How dare you say that about me? Only got the one spell. Well, the Hornets don't do a final sting, do they? You do final sting? Ah, nah, killer wasp, yeah. Why am I doing this? But also, yeah, that's been another thing that people have been complaining about recently. Is the people who are so upset over Blue Mage not getting an update in Dawn Trail that they, which, by the way, they were very, like, respectful and, like, apologized multiple times for the fact that they couldn't provide the Blue Mage update in this expansion. Like, they weren't just dicks about it, and people were being dickish to them anyways. But people genuinely being like, we should have gotten a Blue Mage update instead, like, of Beastmaster. Beastmaster could have waited until next expansion. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, I gotta tell you, homie, I wanted Blue Mage update too. I would much rather have Beastmaster and just wait for Blue Mage update. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's... What a crazy thing to say. Well equivocated. Blue Mage is the only max job you have? Nice. People upset with Blue Mage not getting an update, and people who care, who want to cheese the fate specifically during Tombstone times is a circle. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely in the party of like, oh man, now I gotta wait longer. Like, that sucks. But also, like, they're giving me a brand new limited job to level in the meantime with an entirely new type of content. And I'm just like, I can vibe with that. I mean, I want a Blue Mage update, but I'm a little sad it's getting pushed back, and I wouldn't say I'm really into Go munch. Go munch with your parents. I'll have beasts, since hopefully they treat it like early access blues. Yeah, see, here's my thing. This is why I'm kind of... This is my reasoning. This is my reasoning why I'm glad that we're not... Like, I would have liked Blue Mage. I feel like I have to keep specifying that because people, every time I've had this conversation in private, I think aside from when I've told Alt this, I have had to reiterate and justify my point because people will treat me like I'm saying I don't like Blue Mage or I don't want the Blue Mage update, which is literally false, not true, and something I never said. But like, the reason that in hindsight now I am glad we are not getting a Blue Mage update is because I personally believe that Blue Mage needs a bit of a content update. And I think that seeing how Beastmaster launches with its new form of content, courtesy of Mr. Ozma. Like, I am so excited for that little, like... I forget what they call it. That, like choose your path dungeon thing that they've got set up for it. You misspelled spiral. If you're gonna... Don't call... Listen. Okay, say it, I'm gonna spiral. I'll call you out. You misspelt the word spiral. That or I'm blind. Variant. No. That is probably how spiral is spelled. Guys, I'm gonna end stream now. Actually, yeah. Thanks everybody for coming. I'm gonna go throw myself in the volcano. I'm tired, and I'm actually just gonna kick everyone in the head. Why are you mean to me? Why are you being rude to me? What have I done to you, Floppy? What have I done to you? Have I not just sat here and provided you with content for hours on end? Have I not been the court jester dancing for you at your desk? I didn't! I literally didn't! I literally did not. I think I said a single sentence and then you all went on a rampage. I said a single sentence and you all just fucking dive bombed me like it was Nom. Shit. Also, roguelite. Yes, thank you. Oh, that was the word I was looking for. Said many sentences and they were all rude. They were not. Oh my gosh. Y'all are drama queens. It's the drama queens over here. Menphilia, I don't want to be here right now. I just want to go on a silly little adventure. And I don't want to sit through 10 million meetings. Just tell me where to go. Just tell me where to go. Ramu. Italian mayor's chat be like, don't miss imposter here. She will see. Is this what it feels like? Is calling me like a machinist hater? Machinist hater? Is that defamation? Can I sue? I feel like I should legally be allowed to sue here. Oh my gosh. I'm just not allowed to have opinions anymore. I keep everything bottled up inside me. Like I'm sticking in a marriage for the kids or some shit. Can't believe Mara hates every class in her favorite game. I know, right? Mara, the FF14 streamer, hates all of FF14. Audiences wonder why she continues to play after 6,238 hours. She even hates Dancer and especially Yoshi P. Defamation. How dare you? No, sir. How dare you say that about me? There are crumbs on my keyboard. I literally just cleaned my keyboard like fucking maybe 3 weeks ago, and it's already so grody, and I literally could not tell you why. Yeah, defamation and slander. Thank you, kitty. It's Tone. I don't even know what to do with these guys. When are we getting Papa Limo Extreme? When he comes back. I was watching a video, actually, before stream that talked about how many people die in FF14. And they had a couple parameters. The biggest one being it had to be a character with a name. And I think that they said that after they did the math, all the way from A Realm Reborn to Dawn Trail, there were 178 deaths. Most of which took place in A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward. And then there's a significant dip from Heaven's Ward to Stormblood, and then it kind of curves back up into Endwalker and Dawn Trail having a lot of deaths. Can't wait for the ARR extreme where we kill Ilbert on sight. Yeah, I can't wait for the ARR extreme where we just stop the Crystal Braves from happening by having a hunch and killing Ilbert from the very get-go. Nah, you know, fuck it. I'll stand by my boy. It's not Alfie's fault that the Crystal Braves turned out bad. The shit that happened with the Crystal Braves predates Alfie's smugness, okay? Teleji, Adeleji, and Lord Lolorito were fixing the game for ages before that kid ever did a damn thing. Why y'all beefing with a 15-year-old? No, not obviously he was gonna fail. I think y'all significantly underestimate the kind of upbringing that Alphino and Alize had. Was it perfect and correct? No, they are still child soldiers. They are still victims of the system. But, like, they're not idiots. And they're certainly not, like, undertrained. They just don't have field experience. He sounds so smug. 'Cause he's 16! 'Cause he's 16 and he hasn't had a big failure yet. Y'all are so mean to kids. What the fuck, guys? And you shouldn't be. Oh my gosh, guys. Gang, do we need to have a conversation? Do you understand that you're victim blaming right now? You're victim blaming a 16-year-old. The hot button conversations we have. He got better? He did! Because he went through a horrible failure that he carries around with him for the rest of his life. He will never forget about the Crystal Braves. And y'all want to kick him because he's a smug child before it goes poorly. And then he learned a lesson. Guys, I work with... none of y'all could do the job that I do on a daily. You would not survive the winter. You would have been fired. You can't just beat up the children. You have to let them learn their lessons, damn it.
Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramu is returned unto the
Connie,
forest.
that's so great. Can you just get to the point?
Scarce had his words ceased to echo in
Oh,
mine
jeez,
ears
Mary.
when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown,
No.
we may safely assume that the primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other primals you have encountered, Lord Ramu is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we
I
and the
always
Sylphs
forget
found a way to
how
share the 12's wood,
slow
it is
a
my
Realm
hope
Reborn
that the
Kane-sana
sagely
speaks.
immortal will be amenable to reason,
Kane-sana.
and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. The 12's wood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramu himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You have my thanks.
Listen,
Pray
there's
make
a
for
difference
little
between
solace,
adults being dumb that
A
you want to
member of
drop
the
kick
Order of
and
the Twin Adder
teenagers
awaits you there.
being dumb that you want to drop
He will
kick.
advise you on
The
how to
adults
find the Lord
should
of Levin.
know better.
An ill wind blows through the forest.
That's a different kind of suffering, and I salute
It is
you.
not only the 12's wood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
I am not ignoring that point. I literally said they are victims of the system, being child soldiers and all. However, this system still dictated that because of their... You have to also remember that this is essentially what you're looking at. They are 15, 16. They also, however, have fully graduated from their studies. They are kid geniuses. So sadly to the world, they look like they are capable. They are, like, fully learned individuals. They finished, like, college already. This is like looking at, like, fucking young Sheldon. No, Alize was also... She was not as smart as Alphino, but she was exceptionally smart. Well, yes, Floppy, that's because we know that kid geniuses are still kids. No, both of them went to college at, like, what was it, like 12 or 13? Hold on. Yeah, Alphino and his sister attended the studium at a young age. He entered only half a year before her. But they both, yeah, he entered only half a year before her, but they both entered the studium at exceptionally young ages. Is better adjusted. Allie! The fuck did you just say to me? Did you just look me in my face, Floppy, and tell me that Alize is better adjusted? Oh. 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 Oh my god. Not even close. Not even close. She's better, like, she's well-traveled. That does not equate to being better adjusted. Binding coils and, Crystal Braves kind of happen simultaneously, timeline-wise. No. Incorrect. Incorrect. Yeah, I think the difference is Alfie's is more of a catastrophe and Alize's is more of a really sad acceptance. There's a difference in the encompassing effects of them. It's a rough time. I can't believe y'all have me out here fighting over these fucking children. I can't wait till we get into Heavensburn and y'all will be like, oh my god, Alfie, Alfie. And I'll be like, no, 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 you don't get to love my son after you shit-talked him during his worst moment. How dare you? How dare you? What do you mean it's not his worst moment? Crystal Braves is absolutely Alfie's worst moment. Don't you OMG mare me. Y'all trying to act like you're ganging up on me. Teaching me something I don't know. I swear to God. Y'all so argumentative with me lately, what the fuck? I'm not skipping important words. The worst part is, pretty sure we technically also facilitated the Crystal Braves. Like, oh, yeah, no, we did. We are literally also, like, a victim. You have to understand, everything about the Crystal Braves, we are victim. Like, everyone is a victim. Because, again, it is a game that Lolarito and Teleji Adeleji have been playing for ages. They have been building up to this moment. nothing we could have done could have predicted or stopped what happens with the Crystal Braves. If it had been anyone else in charge, they would have simply shifted their method for... Okay, I need the environment music to chill. Good lord. Anything, like, if it had been us, if it had been Thancred, Y'shtola... Actually, Y'shtola, they might not have been able to pull the wool over, but most other people who could have potentially been put in charge of the Crystal Braves simply still would have been a victim of the circumstances. It was an inevitability, and sadly, this time, it fell on the shoulders of a 16-year-old boy who didn't know how to fix it once everything had started to go to shit. I don't want to fight you. Leave me the fuck alone. I hate you forever. Next X-Pack, they should kill a twin? No. Actually. I don't really want to see child death. It's not his worst moment versus it's not his worst moment yet. Two very different phrases. Floppy, what do you think his worst moment is? Also, I understand that you mean that technically Crystal Braves hasn't happened yet. I understand that. But this whole thing is leading towards Crystal Braves, and that is what we're talking about. You trying to nickel and dime me, I swear to God. Do I? Yes, I do, Floppy. Is everyone so mean to me today? I'm just a little guy. Everyone's so aggressive today. What did I do wrong? Yeah, I'm just a little mare. I was not wrong on the internet. The internet just decided I was wrong.
Thainora betrays thee, servant of hiding.
That was less being wrong and more being confused. Okay? She's never gonna talk about anything ever again. No more conversation. We stream in complete silence.
Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest not for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Redanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflict hath brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking?
Burple.
Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges. That they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy
Pontificating
kin.
too much.
Thou art
Floppy
the
really
bringer
pulling
of
out the
light.
fucking
Aye,
Scrabble words.
there is something more in thee. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal, shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment.
Just the men? What did they do?
Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
Bro, what the fuck?
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramuh, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
Would anybody like to join? Or Ramuh? Gonna lurk, time for food soon? No worries. Thank you. Where's my rabbit? There it is. Rabbit. I suddenly just got so damn tired. Oh my goodness. I wanna at least do... I wanna finish this one. I think next time I stream Nasha, we might, because I want to do binding coils. I do want to do binding coils. I just don't know how well that's gonna go if I don't do it unsynced. Like, if I do it synced, we're gonna have to party finder everything. And it's not gonna be for binding coils savage, so I don't know how that's gonna go. But... yeah. Yeah, I think we'll have to set up PF. But I want to do it before we finish A Realm Reborn. And since after this one is when, like, all of the Shiva and Crystal Brave stuff happens. Yeah, I don't know. I've never done binding coils synced before. So I don't actually really have... Okay, I know it's difficult. That I am very aware of. But I've never actually tried to do any of it myself. Okay, actually, guys, I'm gonna be so honest. I need to use the restroom real quick. I've been very good. I've been very hydrated today, but I need to use the restroom. So I'm gonna withdraw real quick. Enjoy the funny music. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, my apologies. I am back. Not meaning to run off. But it was one of those times where it was like, I was fine. And then 2 seconds later, I was like, ah, I need to be. Yeah. See how long it takes. Nice macro. It's not a macro. I'm not cool like you all. I don't have macros for my glow sticks. I was in fact just doing it manually. I do just want peace in the forest. What do you mean? This is an important part of my character. Oh boy, oh boy. Damn. How come nobody's being pulled into our striking tree hard? Son old. Oh, yeah, 14 characters do have booby physics. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, once you notice it, you'll never not notice it. Oh, that is loud. Hey, why am I already almost dead? We still have Viera Supremacy tag up because here we stand on business, and the business is that Viera are the best. It is never a secret that Minthy is our main character, and she is a Viera, and we love Viera. Viera lover household. What am I doing? Where is she? Come here, ho. I feel like people aren't paying attention to the ads, maybe. Just a hunch. Aura best to take no other options or arguments. Shiona Viera all. Hey, I like Aura too. Aura are my second favorite. But Viera are the best. I love Viera. Hit the tank. Hit the tank! Okay. I got you all. Okay. People are dead. I have terror now. No, please hit me with it. Or a 14 original. Hey, technically, so are Vina Viera. Technically, only Rava are not a 14 original. There's your Viera fact for the day.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light.
Yep, the male ones are also 14 originals too. No comm. I got 2 comms, but I think it's because I'm Sprout, so they probably think I don't know nothing.
And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them.
Okay.
If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Okay. Bye, Ramu. Hi, Ariange.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable
Hi,
act,
Fenris.
but a necessary one.
In case you didn't know, Ariange's voice actor also voices Fenris
witnessing thy
in Dragon
struggle,
Age.
a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal
Elfman.
armor of the Ascians.
Certifiably.
But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
I was sad there was no Aura in Dawn Trail. Yeah, we did get a ton of them in Stormblood. I mean, we even got, you know, like cities made solely of Aura. I think my big thing now that it's like all but confirmed, I mean, I'm still being healthily skeptical just in case, but like it's basically all but confirmed that we're probably going to go to Ilsabard in the next expansion, and I am literally just sitting here fingers crossed and hoping that we get some kind of Vina Vieira lore, because right now there's like next to nothing. I think the most lore drop that we really have for the Vina is from the, I think it's the mining Wachumeki Meki quest line with the 2 male Vieira. That's like the bulk that we get, and it's even that is still not like a ton. But the Vina Vieira are located in like the northern part of Ilsabard. So I'm like fingers crossed hoping that we'll get to learn something about them in the new expansion, because they're really interesting people, because not only are they different and have a different relationship with the environment from the Rava, they also are the only like civilization to not be like taken over by the Garleans, because the Garleans literally could not beat them on their home turf. Like, they're really cool, and I want to meet them. I think at this point, because I think I was talking about this with Alt the other day, I think at this point we know more about the Rothgar than we do about the Vieira. Normal tank, comms tank, and that one seemed pretty green, so it's fine, yeah. Rianjay can't say that you'll get in trouble. Yeah, most of what we know about the Vieira is from Baja, and that's Rava Vieira, not Vina. Because those Vieira are based off of Fran from, was it 12? Zodiac Age is 12, right? I just remember that it's Zodiac Age. I don't remember what, like, actual number it is. But they're based off of Fran. So they have a bunch of lore, because it's based off of Fran's lore.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell?
It wasn't really like conflict.
Ramuh made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest.
So let's kill these people.
As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all.
Starting to get that.
Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear
medicine.
that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done.
My fellow scions didn't do shit. What do you mean?
Full oft have I been compelled to
I was
look
the
to
one
you
who
for
fought
aid of late,
Ramuh.
and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramuh has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus.
A little pussy. I'm sorry.
Unwelcome though his presence was, His words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians
Looking
are
forward to
eternal
wiping during
beings to
Chrysalis.
whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
No. No, I'm not.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'ashtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
My
The
goggles.
significance of Y'ashtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
Oh gosh. I know what cutscene this is.
Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in
Meta's
this realm,
shutting down the
they must
metaverse.
consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape.
God willing.
Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth a distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
Sorry, Thancred.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Guys, it's all of the Zenmis clones. It's Organization 13. Wait! It's the convocation of 13. It's the convocation of 13. It's the I can't believe it. We're just clones of Zenmis. Is that a Kingdom Hearts reference? Okay. Wonderful. Wow. Thank you so much for this very long cutscene. I know some people complain about it, but I'm gonna be so honest. I really appreciate when 14 says, hey, cutscenes are gonna be long. Prepare yourself for that. Also, y'all seen that meme? Oh, it's time to go beat up Hori Boulder. Y'all seen that meme where, you know, Trump said, the Tangerine said that he talked to previous presidents about all the shit that he's doing right now. I won't go into specifics. And then they asked all of the current living presidents, and they were all like, nope, he did not talk to me. And then somebody was like, it's the portrait of Andrew Jackson sitting on the wall, calling to him like the fucking Green Goblin mask. Oh, man. The things that we do to survive the horrors. Yeah, I think... Yeah, the banquet. I almost kind of wonder, like, how much of a budget increase would it really be to have all cutscene dialogue voiced? I mean, like, it don't even gotta be a different person every time. I mean, not that it's the standard, but I mean, look at how many NPCs they got Liam O'Brien to do for fucking Fallout in a single game. You know, I don't know. I'll also point out, for whatever reason, Dawn Trail has a lot of tell versus show. Does it? I would have to go back and read some of the dialogue. I don't remember there being a ton of that, but I could be misremembering. The big point I bring up is when they do the fight against the Shadow Dad in the blue area. What about that part was tell, not show for you? I'd have to go back and look at that scene in order to, like, not explain why they did that. That feels less like tell versus show and more just like bad dialogue choice. Like they didn't think about how that would sound after having the cutscene right there. Oh, hey, look, it's Alfino. Okay, yeah, I definitely need to take some ibuprofen here. That scene is... The pain is tingling up to my fucking skull. Oh, that's nice. I have a biased opinion of Dawn Trail TBH. I didn't think it was paced very well. Very wordy cutscenes that sometimes had a nothing burger of stuff, but that 100% depends on the person. I mean, I definitely agree that it was not paced very well. I still overall liked Dawn Trail. I, however, know at least personally, I have done a lot of work to separate my criticisms from my actual enjoyment of something. So, like, unless something is, like, truly, truly bad, even if something isn't, like, the best quality, I can still have, like, good enjoyment out of it. I know nowadays there's a lot of people who simply cannot and will not do that. Not saying that you are one of them. That is a general statement. Not towards you, Kitty. Not towards you. I do think sometimes, and I think this is something that is definitely better now that they have more voiced cutscenes. That kind of sucked more in the beginning when they did not. They are very wordy. My problem is not so much in that they are wordy, so much as when they continuously spend a lot of time reiterating the same sentiment. Like, I really like Wooklamot. I think she suffered a lot from bad dialogue, and part of that bad dialogue is just, for some reason, making the same point the same way, like 5 different times, and not allowing her to either, like, elaborate more in depth or to have more of that, like, personal show versus tell moment of, like, rather than saying something, she'll do something that shows off how she feels about, you know, whatever situation. Yeah, I got spoiled at times and not spoiled. Dawn Trail was nice. I enjoyed it, but I do worry it'll have nothing is gonna have an A Realm Reborn replay value. Simply and only because A Realm Reborn #1 is the longest expansion yet. Like, it is incredibly long. I remember when I was doing a character where my entire thing was just getting through MSQ as fast as I could, because I wanted to see how long you could feasibly do it without watching cutscenes. A Realm Reborn took about 30 to 35 hours, whereas that's doing A Realm Reborn plus post content. And then doing Heaven's Ward plus post was about 20. Like, there is such a significant difference just in the time commitment alone that, like, even if it slogs, it's not going to be anywhere near as bad as A Realm Reborn slog is. Have you seen the people comparing Wooklamot's localization to the Japanese text? I have not. If there is a video, please send it my way. I think the big thing was Wook somehow having, like, the 3rd most lines out of everyone, and I mean everyone from A Realm Reborn to Dawn Trail. What do you mean when you say 3rd most lines? Like, that's how much she spoke? Or, like, that's how much any NPC has had in terms of, like, the amount of times they speak in their like what do you mean when you say 3rd most? Out of curiosity. But yeah, no, I don't know what the look like. Count of lines plus count of words. I mean, yeah, she was the main focus of the expansion. I mostly just saw images. I would be curious to know who the first two are. Mostly just saw images on Twitter, but I'll try and find it later. Yes, please do. I would be interested to know who the first two on that list are and how much they have spoken and what that gap between like second and third looks like. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, no, I don't know what's been up with... I've noticed this across a lot of different games recently that are Eastern made and get localized into English. I've noticed a real downtrend in good localizations recently, and I have no fucking idea what is going on with that. But like, it's starting to get like very questionable. Because Alphino, Alize, and Wook, yeah. Yeah, no, AI definitely has like a hand in it, and I'm just like, at this point, I would be almost more apt to download just like a fan-made localization, because I feel like that would have more accuracy. I don't know if because they fucked all of because Square Enix fucked all of their localization teams and stuff, especially recently when they did all of those, when they fired all of those people. I know that Koji Fox he's not in charge of the English localization team. Hasn't been for a while. But I don't know where 14 sources their localization team from. I don't know if they're in-house yet or not. Not obviously to say that they have done a bad job before. I think honestly 14 is probably one of the like lesser victims, but it's always difficult, especially with the way that modern day internet is, to be like, okay, what is actually part of the localization problem and what is just people's beef with like things not translating exactly how they would want to, but it is the genuine equivalent, because that is a thing. Because the whole point of why like localization translations are not just exact translations is because they aren't meant to be literal. Because if they were literal translations, sentences wouldn't make sense. But yeah. Apparently, according to the paper I found, the second most common used word is Alize. That's fucking amazing. I love that for her. The best example I can remember is before the Bakujaja instance. Ulkamat says something like, after all you've taught me, I'd never disgrace you by losing here in English, she says. Did if I'd lose to the likes of him. I mean, that's really not that bad. To me, here's what that is to me. A difference in how to go into this. How to go into this. Yeah, it's definitely about intent. It's about bringing out the character. It's all about how you bring out that specific kind of character in that specific cultural instance. Because in the Americas, hearing someone say, as if I'd lose to the likes of him, is very much, I feel, still of that same intent, that same, like, want. Like, I'd never lose to this motherfucker. But in Japan, it's gonna sound a lot more honorable and nicer because that's their, like, behaviors, right? Whereas, like, in the Americas, we're a lot more hot, like, I'm not talking just the US, I mean, like, literally anywhere in the Americas. You're gonna find people who are a lot more, like, spicy about it, a lot more hotshot, a little disrespectful about it. Because that's how it, like, yeah. They're doing the limit break in the shade instance. Shade instance. Also meant to be her imitating you, but the context just doesn't exist in English. 4Kids dubs. Oh god, the 4Kids dubs are so bad. But they're so funny. Shade, okay, thank you. Changes the character in my opinion. The original, she's being humble, thanking you in English. She just says she won't lose. I still think, frankly, it doesn't change the character that much. I'm gonna be super honest, because the intent still reads the same. I would also, very clearly, I would need to hear the tone of voice used in the Japanese instance before I could tell you for sure. I would need to know, because that's another thing. Depending on the tone used, that first line reads a shit ton differently. Oh. Get out of here. No. Don't stop him. I like his the cut of his jib. Fight me solo, bitch. The hiccups. Oh gosh. But come on, Hoary Boulder, you're not scared, are you? Why would I could fight? I like how everybody's just like, let's go see this bitch beat the shit out of him. Let's go. He is a master swordsman, guys, and I would never take that away from you. He is a very well-trained fighter. However, I'm God's favorite. And that is unfortunate for him. Yeah, that's the thing. Basically, every Scion that you know, they're all incredible, like, fighters and swordsmen and healers and everything. Like, everyone is incredibly talented. However, we are God's favorite. So we can fuck them up pretty easy. I win. Everyone came to see me be cool. I think it's a poor translation in relation to her arc, though. Early on, she's still full of false confidence, and that English line just sounds like a continuation of that. The Japanese line has growth in that context. She looks outward for strength, not inwards, which ties in to her reaching out to Kona and Sphene. So this is not voiced dialogue in either version. Well, that's also not good. This is part of why, like, I get so... I wish they would voice shit. I wish they would. Yeah. I do see where you were coming from, and I definitely don't disagree. That is a really good point to make. Again, like I said, I think Wuklamot's biggest issue is that she suffered for some really bad dialogue. But I also don't necessarily see false confidence in the line. It's one of those things, and you hate to fall back on it because it is definitely not like a tried and true, like, not excuse, but you know what I mean, of why something might sound the same. I would need to know the dialogue, what was said before, what was said after, the full context. I am not someone who wants to die on a hill for a thing I cannot fully remember. And I know I've had to read so much dialogue over the years that it's like context just matters so much. Look at his little baby face. Oh, I pinch his little cheeks. Pinch Alpha. Pinch my little cheeks. Oh, look at us. We got little round baby faces. Shame can also be false bravado. Yeah. Something my brother mentioned is Wook repeatedly says I'm good at peace, but then never really explains what she thinks peace is or creates on like a small scale what she wants as peace for the rest. Also unrelated. I think with the update, Alice and Alfie got some lip balm. Yeah. They had pale lips before. Yeah, I think that is... I think depending on the moment, because again, dialogue can change how well that translates for her character. But I think, and this is something that a lot of people just, especially with all of the crazy discourse that Dawntrail had, just want to forget, is that Wuklamot very clearly is told to us to be someone who really has not left Tuliolal all that much. She did a few really short trips with her dad to a couple of villages when she was very young. And that was kind of it. All she really knows is the cultural hub of Tuliolal. And while that gives her the experience to have grace and want for safety and well-being for all of these different kinds of people, the whole point of her journey throughout Dawntrail is meant to be, and this is why a lot of people, I hate when they talk shit about the first half of the expansion. The entire first half is meant to be her learning that these people are all different kinds of people, and that they don't just exist as like the monolith that she might see in Tuliolol. They all have different needs and wants that need to be addressed and protected, and there's no one size glove fits all kind of instance, the way that Kona and Zoralja are attempting to be. You know, Kona wants to technologically advance everything without thinking about what that does, like the cultural implications. Zoralja just wants to be a warful, like a warlord without any cause for thinking of his actual people. The whole point is that we are meant to be, you know, showing Wuklamot that there is no single solution. You have to take each thing one by one. It's a lesson. It is literally always a lesson. It's like peace is not just this singular thing that you think it is. It is a multifaceted, complex thing that involves a lot to get there. There is no one-step easy version. To be fair, I also feel like they didn't expand on the other people either. Which other people? Like the citizens, or like her brothers? Honestly, that was my biggest beef. Kona, I think less so, but Zoralja was my, I think, #1 biggest beef with Dawn Trail out of literally everything else. His character to me was so underdeveloped, and it made me upset because I was like, I literally do not understand. Like, I understand, like, the basic cultural implications that they tell us about and all of that. But how do you go from, I need to be, like, the approving, like, first son, I need to do this to, you know, take over for my father, to, I want to be Garlemald 2.0, because that's what I think the people need. I'm going to be a conquesting warlord who just kills people willy-nilly because it suits my purpose. I'm like, whoa. We missed a couple things here. Seemed like, I think there was dialogue where Wook said he was nicer when they were... Yeah, he did... Yeah, it was said multiple times that he was a different kid when they were younger. I think they called them promises? The third, I feel like. Hold on. If I look up Wuklamot, it should say... Yeah, they were the third, because Wuklamot was the third promise. Zoralja was the first. Kono was the second. Yeah. I'd have loved to see it come out at times when he's paired with Wook or Kono. Yeah. He acts like the son of a Roman Empire from a time where war was vital to their economy, but Toral isn't like that. His dad, is a widely known peacebringer. Yeah, it's like really, really weird where he gets this, like, complete 180 from, like, the rest of the people that he knows. Like, it's fucking weird. Yeah, honestly, my biggest beef is we did not spend enough time on Tural, and we went too quickly over to Solution 9, and then they just left us there. And they did not expand more like they should have upon character. I think the problem is whenever they try to do this kind of story where they fit in 2 large locations into one expansion, it just never ends the way that it should. There always something gets hacked away in the end that should have been vitally important. It just makes me wonder what, like, the thought process is. Again, I say this as, like, I enjoyed Dawn Trail. I really did. I have really enjoyed Dawn Trail. It is, like, I mean, is it my favorite expansion? No. My favorite expansion, personally, is Endwalker. But I know even for some people that's a controversial take. But, like, it almost feels like sometimes they wanted to say one thing and time or money or something pushed them to have to tell the story a different way. Oh yeah, the patches have been so good. The Dawn Trail patches have been fucking aces. I'm so excited for 7.5. You have no idea. I call Dawn Trail and A Realm Reborn and Endwalker smushed together trying to do the magic stuff that Shadowbringers did. I think the problem is, and I said this when Dawn Trail first came out. I believe I even said this before it came out, though I don't think I was streaming at the time, so nobody would really have record of it, but I definitely was talking about it. Is my biggest fear was Dawn Trail trying to do in A Realm Reborn, like, vast story with a normal expansion timeline, and that not really working out, and I was correct. So, yikes. I like Bakul Jaja, but it doesn't help that they have 2 might makes right antagonists in an already packed storyline. I think that the point is meant to be that he's like a foil for Zoralja, in that he is the ideal candidate. Oh my goodness, Benji! Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you guys doing today? Welcome in, everybody. How are you doing? How are you doing, Benji? How was stream? Oh my god. Your EP. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Tyler's alive. Thank you so much for the raid. That's a back-to-back raid, baby. Wow, Welcome in, everybody. I'm Mare Bear. Hi, everyone. It's nice to meet you. I am an FF14 streamer, but I also stream other games. Right now, we are playing 14, though, as we are wont to do. This is an alt character that we have. We are currently playing through 2.3. We are through current content, though, so be aware that people may discuss spoilers in chat for things beyond A Realm Reborn. But otherwise, everybody, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Benji, Tyler, you all are amazing. I hope you had fantastic streams. What were you guys streaming today? I said that I was very out of breath. What were you guys streaming today? Y'all show Benji and Tyler some love. Also, you two, remember to take care of yourselves. Post-stream care. Was doing Deadlock. Oh, that sounds so... Hold on. My brain is slightly fried, so I apologize ahead of time. What is Deadlock? Is that new? Is that a new game? You can say all the spoilers you want. I have no MSQ to do. Yeah. It's a MOBA by Steam. Is good? Nice. Nice, nice. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed playing it today. Were you guys playing together? Lala. Time to go to my Lala. Yes. Time to be small and dangerous. Tyler was carrying you. I feel that. It's me anytime I play a MOBA. Just being carried by everybody else. Hello, not Ishgardian man. It's a pretty fun game. We both don't really do a whole lot of PvP stuff though, yeah. Yeah, I don't play a ton of PvP games. I think the most PvP I've done is in 14 or Marvel Rivals. So I get that. Right now we're forming the Crystal Braves. You know, the nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys Crystal Braves. Howdy, welcome in. 14 PvP is fun. 14 PvP is fun. I have my own personal beef with Frontlines, but I like Crystalline Conflicts. Yeah, listen guys, nothing bad ever happened. Speaking of, what a segue. Speaking of Marvel Rivals, did you see people are mad about Black Cat's butt? What? This is why I don't think we should give some gamers female characters. She's got, wait, she's got too much cake or not enough? I would assume it's that she has too little cake. Is it that she has too much? That's crazy. Child-led organization. What could go wrong? Kissline Conflict is so good. Yeah, I enjoy it a lot. Did you guys see oh my gosh, the live letter? We're gonna get a new map for Crystalline. It's gonna be in the library. Haven't picked up 14 in a while. Got to Shadowbringers and took a break that hasn't ended yet. Hey, you know what? Shadowbringers is honestly, I mean, you might want to refresh yourself on some details, but frankly, a fantastic point to jump back in on whenever you are ready. She's buff. She's too buff and too tall. They're upset it's big. I'm taking away the I'm taking it away. If they're gonna complain, Felicia, or not Felicia, Felicity. Felicity, come home. They're not allowed to have you. If this is what they're going to do. You're slowly going through Endwalker yourself? Nice! What part of Endwalker are you at? I obviously without going into too much detail. And just after magical dog. Very nice. Yeah, the story was great, but I had to power through the first 2 expansions and burnt myself out. Yeah, I get that. I get that a lot. I have ADHD, so I can hyperfixate on something for a pretty good amount of time. But it's like one of those things, when I first started playing the game, I enjoyed it so much that I made it all the way through, like, I think I got to the 2nd dungeon of Stormblood, and then I had to take a break for multiple reasons, and it was very much just like, thank God, because I still have like 2 more expansions to go, and I did not want to burn out this early. It was like, whew. Wipe the sweat away, like, thank God. I zoomed Shadowbringers on how much yeah, when I did come back and I finished Stormblood and then I got to Shadowbringers, and I did Shadowbringers and Endwalker so quickly. It was crazy. I was so just like into them. I didn't even notice how much of the story I was doing until like suddenly I was done and I was like, whoa, wait. Hold on. Wait a minute. The game's over now. Yeah, go get some rest, Benji. Take care of yourself. Have a good sleep. The story is great, but yeah. I at least made it to that scene in post Stormblood. That scene I started playing like 5 to 6 months ago, and I have all the content. Less ultimates, yeah. Oh, and Shadowbringers. The reveal? Again, I apologize. My brain is a little mushy. A certain reveal that takes place in Shadowbringers. Yeah, Shadowbringers has too many goated scenes. It's like that scene, it's like, that could be a lot of scenes. Oh, Shadowbringers, my beloved. Oh man, oh man, oh man. What quest are we on? Recruiting the Realm. How many more? We have, after this, we'll have 3 more quests, then we'll be done with 2.3. I would sell you for a frickin' half-eaten peanut, Laurentius. Yeah, I know you are. What's my main class? On this character, technically Scholar. On my main character, who is Viera, she is a dancer. I main dancer is my main DPS, White Mage is my healer, and Warrior is my tank main. But I do, in fact, mostly enjoy being dancer. Tis my favorite job. Oh goodness. Woo. Hello, ma'am. Sometimes since our path crossed outside, tells me it was you felt the fearsome black wolf. It was me. Hooray. Black mage, my beloved, yeah. I like black mage too. I haven't gotten to do like high level black mage stuff, but I like the black mage stuff that I've gotten to thus far. I think the highest I've gotten it is level 65? Maybe a little higher? This man is old. Do not recruit him into the army. Leave him be. I have to say, if I'm being incredibly kind and also incredibly honest, I think of the ARR XPAC, not XPAC, post parts that we've done thus far. I think this series of quests might actually be the most boring of the ones that we've done. What news? Yeah, like the first two honestly had a bit of pizzazz to them. They weren't like anything crazy, but I think these ones might be the worst. Though I say that, and what's the alternative? Everything that comes after establishing Crystal Braves. So, you know, nothing good. But don't worry, every quest we do is a quest closer to Heavensward. Heavensward. Da, 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 da. Oh my goodness. On the steps of Thal. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. I do remember you. I remember. What? Why is my phone buzzing? I'm getting notification. Na 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 na. Yellow moon. You know, thinking about it now, they ask you to recruit some, like, weird candidates. Like, why would I ever... At what point would Yellow Moon ever be a candidate for this? I don't think that woman has ever expressed an interest in fighting. Ever. You, Alamegans. That's totally fair. I guess on the complete other side. Don't mind me, we're just gonna squeeze. Actually, no, we're not. I know what that actually is. I was about to say we're just gonna squeeze through and do this quest real quick, but it's an instance. Wilrid, my sweet boy. I am the lady who came to Little Alamigo and saved your ass. What is the Crystal Braves if not just an instance of children being brutalized for the glorious ambitions of greedy, greedy men? As they should be. No, Floppy. No. They should not be. Oh my goodness. A single Alamegan youth. Yes. Oh my god, Dave? Dave, you're alive! It's been so long! We starting a new bandits guild? Even worse, Dave. We're starting a child-run militia. It's been 84 years. It has been. How are you doing, Dave? I know you've been uber busy. Graced my trial company for blessings. Nice. There's not to prevent me. Next up. Even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. Yep. City boy! Nice to improvise. Well, such things shall plague us until the company has a chance to prove its worth. It's true. I seriously need to take that frickin' ibuprofen, man. And I just haven't, and I really should. Ow, my head. Voiced cutscene, please. Life has been super busy, work's insane. Week and then Monday we fly out to Florida for my partner's brother's wedding and party. God, I thought you said moist cutscene for a second. No. Voiced.
Tell me, General, what think you of Alfino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ulda is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Uldan law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
They fuck.
He has all but
Damn
committed
it.
treason, and yet we can do nothing?
Nothing to worry about.
What could our government...
CEOs have never
What
used their
were
financial
the royal
backings to
house?
blackmail and persuade others in criminal
Deplorable
activities.
mockery of justice.
Never. Just turn DLSS 5 on and be quiet. I would rather burn my
Have
own
faith,
house
Your
to the
Grace.
ground than ever touch
not
DLSS 5. To the rising sun. The racist part to empower a tyrannical regime. Never. No, never. Would never do that. How dare you even suggest such a thing, David? Because of all of our efforts is at hand, I must preparation not go ceremony. Okay. Okay. Also, since TSA isn't being fun right now, flights are behind bad, so we have to arrive at the airport 5 hours before our flight and hope it's somewhat timely. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that it's getting really bad. Real rough out there, fellas. I already feel like my voice is kind of going out again, which is not great, and if anything is a sign of how much yapping I've done in recent days, that I've not actually given myself enough time to recover from any one instance of yapping. I'm so sorry, my brain absolutely just died. Haha. You love to see it. Ah. Hold on, I just hold the fucking telephone. Sorry, Selfborn. You'll need to take a backseat to this for a moment. Todd Howard confirmed The Elder Scrolls 6 is now Bethesda's top priority after wrapping up work on Starfield. The majority of the studio is now working on it 8 years after it was first revealed. Do you mean to fucking tell me no one was even working on it this whole fucking time? Like, not even like one bitch, just one. No, I think legally we're allowed to throw bricks at Todd Howard's head. Also, let's go talk to Best Boy. The Best Boy? My ankles. How's your font? Sitting on your desk. Hi, buddy. Now get off your desk. I would love some mulled wine. No? Okay. Urgent opening an urgent missive from his total suspicious time is no coincidence. It's not. In the cold city.
The incident with the New Frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurth's soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies.
Tom.
Or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name.
That's my wife.
What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones.
Chiffon, you
and
can't
would
talk
gladly
shit
embrace
about my
death
wife.
rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity.
Some brigands.
A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait?
Yeah.
Halone's blessings be upon you. Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally.
My character's
You have
looking
done
up
much
at
for our
him.
house in the past, and I have no doubt but
She's
that
like,
I shall have
wow,
cause to
he's
celebrate your
great.
deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
Tell me about this warmer welcome, Hushafont. Yeah. Ride, Chimpkin, ride. The cold blizzard air. No, we don't have time for that. Ride, Chimpkin, ride. Hello, sir. Oh. But the heretics by the fury and distant cross possible villains must convince us into the sad truth that the wilds hereabout have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly without warning and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. It is not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves have somehow changed. Know not what manner of influence this Iceheart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grasp of righteous fervor. It is an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Mayhap you would care to question one of their recent victims. Fate would have it your arrival came moments after a trader was waylaid on the road. Patrol found the unfortunate foe laying senseless in the sand? Snow. Good lord. And carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some details to aid you in your task. Okay. Our house. In the middle of our house. Our house. In the middle of our house. In the middle of our house. Our house. Fucking hate this damn quest marker. Our house. In the middle of our house. In the middle of our house. Our house. In the middle of Tell you what happened? Well, I guess, of course. Recovered enough for that. Anything to help catch those cowardly black hearts. I was traveling my usual route from right Brimfront when a sudden blow sent me reeling. Next thing I know, I was on the ground and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals, taking everything. It was then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace before darkness claimed me. However, I heard distinctly the words, "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say that is where they're hauling my goods, but you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me 'twas a miracle I survived it all, and I will not trust I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Damn, bro's fat head fucking saved him. Hello? There we go. Our house. In the middle of our house. Our house. In the middle of our house. The middle of our house. Our house. Our house. In the middle of our house. Our house. In the middle of our house. In the middle of our house. I think my brain's broken. Oh my god, I'm so small! There she is! Wife, 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 wife. Wife. Wife, wife, wife. A-G-L-E-T. Don't forget it. The world together. World together. I think I'm nearing the end of my sanity. Just in case the Snowcloak will not shield them for long. More justice. Justice! Justice! For Gotham. Pepperoni secret. I think I'm dying, but like somehow, despite the fact that I slept really well last night and for quite a long time, I'm exhausted to the point where I'm like, my brain is acting like it's 6 a.m. or not 6 a.m. like 4 or 5 a.m. and not
Your
barely
return
8.
is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody.
You walking around the table like that?
But you are here now. and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality
This
of your
man
travails.
wants us
Tell me,
so badly.
what did you learn of Iceheart? Indeed. And this transpired at Snowcloak?
Oui.
Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion.
Oh my god, it's almost time to meet Eric!
Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate
Oh my god, bring out my boy!
Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche.
I'm sure that none of that was legible to
On
you
the
all,
matter
and
of
I'm
the
so
stolen
sorry.
provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Where's Aymeric? Where is my husband? Where is he? I'm gonna soon, but not yet, Aymeric. I'm coming, baby. I'm coming. We'll see you soon. Not today, but soon. Gloam wife. While you are waiting, Korthus preparing for the inaugural ceremony or all but complete. Although Tatu does not seem just yet seem somewhat flustered. Let's go. Whee. Alright. Final mission of the patch. Then we will probably call it for the day, folks. Parchments need to be sorted in these documents. Why are they even here? Oh, I'm sorely tempted to file the lot in my waste paper basket. Nasha, you startled me. You were still in the hand. Splendid. You'd be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits. They're scattered about Revenant's Toll, and I haven't the time to track them all down. The recruits know to don their garb immediately and assemble here in the Rising Stones. You want to report directly back to Alphino if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. Whether the Scions will ever have matching uniforms. Well-funded organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose. Someday. Listen, Tataru, we may never have matching outfits, but we will have matching vibes. Group vibe. Group, what the hell is happening? Speaking of groups. What is happening over there? They're having a meeting. What the hell? Little do they know. I would punt you into the sun for a water bottle full of pee. I hate you. Hi, Saber. Laurentis, you could have done better, but you decided not to. Ergo, you also get punted into the sun. I don't remember what side you're on, but I assume it's mine. You get to live. No. Just got a new Wi-Fi router and holy crap, your internet is fast as fuck, boy. Nice. Wilred, you are sweet baby. You did nothing wrong ever, and I am sorry that you have the ending that you do. You get a uniform and a cookie. Be sure that there are bitches above me. Real, you also did nothing wrong. You are a sweet, wonderful man. Here's a uniform and a cookie. Alian, you also did nothing wrong. Here, have a uniform and a cookie. Now for this. Actually, no, there's one more. There's one more, and then we'll go look at the bastard. Femi, you also did nothing wrong. Here, have a cookie and a uniform. $678 downloads, 154 upload. Nice. Ilbert, punting you into the sun would be a disservice to the sun. I'd burn your body and spread your ashes somewhere of great displeasure. But that would be a disservice to the land in which I would spread your ashes. I simply crave an erasure of your entire existence. May the gods have no mercy upon your miserable, miserable soul. That would be a disservice to the volcano in Yangsha. I handed out the uniforms, Alfie. Blue.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice
Even at
that
the
each
end,
of you
but
has
that would be a
made.
disservice to the end and Xenos.
With
It
your
would.
strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one. Whether it be the beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus, does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all!
Woohoo!
For the freedom
Xenos may have been a prick, but he was also a homie a couple times. Xenos never was lied to my face about what the fuck he was about. That's why it would be a disservice to Xenos. Ilberd, there is not an ounce of my body that does not hate that man with a hatred
rousing speech,
untold by
Alphinaud.
the masses.
say,
I can't
Crystal
I
Brave
can't express it.
Commander Leveilleur.
I can't express it.
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready.
Memphilia, what the fuck are we gonna do?
I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger.
Ryle.
My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death.
Kryl, best girl. Kryl is best girl. I love
Putting this happy
Kryl.
news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder. Have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans?
Babe, I don't know. Do you know how much shit I've been doing?
Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidelin's silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
So quiet. Tell me. Very good. See, the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last. Pretty please with a TLE on top. The wind. The wind hath picked up. The best twink. I'm sorry. I know your ass did not just call Oshifan, of all people, a fucking twink. Sir. Dave, do you know what a twink is? It's important to me that you do. Is it our first glimpse of the Pope? There he is. I do. Oshifan is not a twink. He does not give up. I think that's just the VA. The VA gives off twink energy. God bless him. Also, Alfie is underage. We are not going to call Alfie a twink. Alfie is just Alfie. Graha is 100% twink energy. Kinda. I think that one's debatable. But also, here's your fun thing. So I constantly get into conversations. Because apparently, English is the only localization in which Thoradin is an archbishop and not the Pope. I learned this because my German friend who I'm taking through the story told me that he's called Pope in the German translation. And then he looked it up. And English is the only translation where he's called Archbishop. I don't know. I literally no idea. This is why the best Scion is grown man crid. Stop it. Stop it. Horrible. A whole lot of you. Can I sit in Minfili's chair? If you're not gonna sit in it, babe, I'm gonna sit in it. Okay? You're not long for this world anyways, okay? This is my chair now. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know why he is not called Pope in English when that is, I mean, a very literal thing. Unless there's meant to be a... The only reason I can think they would not do it is because there might be some cultural implications that they did not want to get into a fight about. But if they're gonna have it in the French and the German as Pope, then who, I mean, they also care about like Pope stuff. Why would you not make it Pope in English? Here's the thing. Yeah, it's weird that it doesn't apply because I'm like, America's not like a I mean, Latin America is one thing, but like, at least here in the US, obviously it's not like a prominently Catholic country. It's prominently Protestant. In fact, Catholics are like distinctly not well thought of by said Protestants. So it's like, I don't know why they're worried about like the English speakers taking offense to it, but not the rest of Europe, who is like decidedly more based around like Catholic stuff than we would be. It's a weird one. It's a weird one, and I don't really have an answer for it. Because like, the math is not mathing. People freaking out over this stuff. Localization of some, especially in the Assassins. Like demons, shadows, or something stupid. Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one. I would be interested to know, to like, because I think at this point Koji Fox was still in charge of the localization team. I would love if I ever got to meet Koji. I think that is one of the weird ones I would ask him about. Not because I'm like upset about it, but just because I'm like, it just feels a little weird. Not in like a bad way. Like, I still get the intent and the purpose. But like, I really don't think it would have made that much of a difference if we just call him Pope in English. I digress though. We've been streaming for a while and my brain is absolutely fried. Alright, that was the end of 2.3. Hold on, what is the subtitle for 2.3? Defenders of Eorzea. So, let's see, we have 2.4, 2.5, and 2.55 left, which I think is, hold on. 8, 10, 12, 20. We technically aren't even halfway yet, because there's 80 post quests, and we have 42 left. We have 42 quests left, so we're almost halfway through post A Realm Reborn. We're skipping coils. I don't want to skip coils. I just haven't decided how I'm going to do coils left. Yet. Not left. I don't know why I said left. I haven't decided how I want to do coils yet. So, we will get it done. I just haven't decided when or how. I mean, hell, that might be next stream. I don't know. Next stream is a minute away, though, because I am uber busy for the next bit. But yeah, guys, hey. Need someone to go through coils? Can't you in? Yeah, I still haven't decided if I'm going to do it synced or unsynced, just because of the difficulty and the time commitment and finding people to run it, if need be. But I will let you guys know in the Discord. Depending on how I decide to do that. Coil synced is low-key cursed, though. I know it is. But I've never gotten to do it synced, so I don't know. Maybe now is the time, I say, knowing that there is never a time. But yeah. Okay, guys, I am uber eepy. Never done it synced either. Oh gosh. Literally never done coils synced. Yeah. Well, it's another thing because it's not going to be savage coils. It's just going to be normal coils. So I don't know if it'll be easier or harder to get people to, like, participate in PF. You know what I mean? Why is he who's so streaming? Why is Ponto up? Tell that bitch to go to sleep. Oh my god. These Crystal Tower will be easy. Oh, we already did Crystal Tower. We knocked that bitch out of the park. We did that. We finished that last stream. Yeah, we got it done ages and ages and ages ago. Goodness. Okay, hold on, I'm looking. Okay. Go EPs, yep. Okay, guys, I am going to send you over to Lena Pepperino. You all show some love for Lena. Hit her with a bear raid. Thank you so much, you guys, for joining me today. getting through post A Realm Reborn. We're almost there. I just believe we'll be in Heaven's Ward soon. Thank you so much to Azira, Ayumi, Benji Pigeon, and Tyler is Alive for the raids today. You guys are super awesome. Thank you to Fairy Squish for the follow today. I love all of your faces. I will see you in the next stream, which will likely be at some point in next week. And I will catch all of you on the flip side. I love all your faces. Give Lena my love. And I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.